17, 2026. May I have roll call, please?
Trustee Ash.
Here.
Trustee Cahar.
Here.
Chair Hoskin Sutton.
Here.
Vice Chair Kump.
Here.
Trustee Sanchez.
Here.
Trustee Scruggs Andrew.
Here.
Okay. The first part of this special meeting is to talk about our board vacancies, and you have a packet there with you, beside you, with the names of the people that had applied for the vacancy. We have Jamie A. Johnson, we have Sam L. Voyle, and Dion Whitten. And now it calls for a discussion. Looking at this, the first thing in looking at these, we will decide if we want to interview all three, and then from that, we'll take a motion, and then the next part will happen from the president's office. The interviews are scheduled for Tuesday, March 24th at 5 p.m. up here in this upper jewel. And then if we have someone who can't make it on the 24th, we have that following Tuesday at 5 p.m. a backup. But I do want to say we are to be here at 5, and we can decide what time we want the interviews to start. And also, we did this about 2 years ago, and we formulated some questions, and we certainly can formulate some new questions. So as we're talking through this now, I would just want to know, if you have a question or two you want to submit to me by tomorrow, and we can put them together. But the president's office will be contacting these individuals, setting up a time, and then we will know our interview schedule. But it starts at 5, but I don't think we should have an interview at 5. We should have the interview start maybe 5:15 or something, and last time the interviews were for 40 minutes. So I think before the chair and the president just decided, but I'd also like some of your input. Do you want, you think a 30-minute interview, a 40-minute interview, a 45-minute interview? I think all of these are discussions that we'll have before we move to accept all three, which we know we are, I'm pretty sure. I think that part of this was, if you had 20 or 25 candidates, would you interview all of them? But I think even just in general conversation, but we make it formal by taking a vote. So we can take the vote first. I can give me a motion that you want to interview all three candidates, or we can have the discussion and then vote later, whichever way you want to do.
I move that we interview all three candidates.
Okay. And that just for the minutes, I want to call their names again. I have a motion on the floor to accept Jamie A. Johnson, Sam L. Voyle, and Dion Whitten as interviewees for the vacancy on the Board of Trustees.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Are there any discussion, questions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. And we have several executive sessions, but before we get to that, we want to finish our discussion on this just briefly. I had suggested, go on.
So I would like to just glean from the knowledge of everybody that was in the last process, and if the time was appropriate for 40 minutes, or if you felt that was comfortable, if you're good with that, or do we need an hour? Since you just went through this process 2 years ago, what would you recommend for the time? Since you've already done this, we don't need to reinvent the wheel.
And some of that had to do with the number of questions that we had. I think we had maybe 10 to 12 questions. That final question was if they had questions for the board. So I guess Don was there, I was there, and you were there. Did you think the 40 minutes was about an appropriate time for each interview? And even though we have some feedback, we still want your input. I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'm not locked in on time zones. So,
I thought it was adequate, and in my recollection, I'm not sure everybody used all of the time, every interview. So we seem to get through the questions, and I don't know how many questions we'll have. You know, we
Right.
can talk about that too, whatever our pleasure is, I guess. But I thought it worked pretty well at 40 minutes.
yeah, I rather just ask them the questions and let them answer it to the best of their ability and not really be trying to cut them off unless somebody's doing a real long dance with irrelevant stuff.
Okay. So we're thinking 40 minutes, and as I said, I as chair and acting president here, we don't want to just come up with questions. We want questions from everyone, but we have such a short we have such a short turnaround. If we could get your input by tomorrow, so that we can start putting the questions together for that.
So you want us to email you with any questions we might want?
Right, that you
Okay.
think. Remember, past chair did that. He just sent an email and say, hey, would you submit 1 to 2 questions or that you think would be good questions for the candidates? And that's how we did it. And also, I've been informed by our legal counsel that last time we had those interviews closed, the public could not attend, but they should have been open. So just know they will be open this time, and anyone who wants to come in and sit in and hear those interviews can do that.
Great.
Right. So,
And
we-
you have my questions
Okay.
now,
yes.
so don't lose them.
All right, I had a paper clip here, I need to. Okay. I put Dr. Brenda on here, that lets me know, okay. Any other information? So we know we'll start the interviews at 5:15 p.m. And we don't know the number of questions yet. Last time it was down at Tech, but this time we'll be up here in Upper Jewel. So, and I think, Dr. Baylog, did you have any other comments or anything before we move on?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Just recommendation based on conducting a number of interviews over the last few years. You might want to keep the questions to about 10, giving each applicant the opportunity to respond fully. Also giving them opportunity to ask their own questions of the board towards the end. I'd recommend allocating about 50 minutes or so to each interview. That gives you a little bit of time between interviews, just for one candidate leaving, one coming in. Also, if you need to step away for any reason, you have the ability to do that. But
Okay. Board, what do you think?
Like I said, I'm not locked into time. I
Okay.
just want to hear the
All right.
candidates be able to answer the questions to the best of their ability.
That's probably a good frame, and if that way, 50 minutes should really, truly allow everyone to get everything in they want. So Cheryl will have to stagger the times based on that. Based on it starting at 5:15, that would give board members time to get here and really be seated. And it was set up differently. We were set up, I think, like a panel, and then they sat in front of us and we interviewed them. But a 50-minute block of time would give us time to have the person. So we start at 5:15, so you're here, everyone's here, and then we would start the interviews at 5:15 with 50 minutes allowed for each person. And then with that in mind, that gives you an idea about the end time. And they're not required to take their whole 50 minutes, and that would give us some time in between there. Okay? So, but again, and I think we had 10 to 12 questions the last time, so that's a good window.
yeah, the timing, standardizing the timing ensures equity in how each one of the applicants is treated. So if everyone's allocated the same amount of time, it just ensures
Yes.
that they're each treated similarly.
Yes, and that's what, for the record, that's what, the ones that were there, no, that's what we did the last time. They each had 40 minutes, and we asked everybody the same questions.
Mhm.
Okay, so-
Yeah, I think that's fair and reasonable.
Okay. I'm gonna put that on here. Just a second, let me make note of that. 15 minutes. Now we will get into the next part of our meeting, and I'm going to just read all of it for you. This evening, we have 8 executive sessions. Legal counsel, should I get approval, a motion and a second for each executive session, or should I read all of them and then just get one?
You can only do one at a time.
Okay.
With the statute.
Okay.
And so you can't, like, take a motion to do all of them
Okay,
now. You have to do one and then come back out of the public session to do the next one.
okay. So we will be coming back out of the room, or we could just like back to back, but I have to read them separately here, or am I understanding what?
Normally what we've done is we have made the initial motion to go back into the first executive session and then come out publicly by opening the door and making sure that it's being broadcast out that we are making the next, each subsequent motion. Otherwise, we'd have to walk from that room back out here each time. So it's up to the board.
Okay,
But we do have to make each motion in the public forum, and you can't say we're going to go into executive session for 10 minutes on this topic, then go back into the next session for another 5 minutes, and the next session for what, and do it all at once. The statute won't let you do
all
that.
right. I just wanted to make sure, because we have so many. So we don't have to actually come back out here and vote on each one.
You have to publicly vote on each one, but you can do that from the other room as long as that's broadcast out here, or made public out here.
Okay.
That makes sense?
We have Zoom available in the room, so we're.
Not really, but, so I'm just going to read the first
I
one.
just want to make sure, I mean,
Okay.
if there's questions about it, I don't want there to be confusion about it.
Okay, so I'm going to read the first one, and we're going to go into executive session.
Correct.
And then, because before, I remember sitting out here, and I read that we had 2. I read that we were amending the agenda and that we had 2 executive sessions.
Yeah, that's because the agenda shows how many we have. So if we're amending the agenda, then we would have to amend the agenda to add additional topics if those aren't on the agenda. But I think all of them are on the agenda currently.
Yes, yes.
So they're on the agenda, but you have to make the motion in the public forum as to each one, and you have to do it as you're going into the session. And then when you come back out, then you would make a motion to go back into public session, and then you make a motion to go back into executive session for the next topic.
So from Zoom, I can make that, and it can be public?
As long
Okay.
as it's broadcast out publicly here, which is what I think we do.
Okay.
And that just saves us from having to walk down the hallway each time.
Yes, that's what I was trying to make certain of. Okay.
As long as it goes out to the public.
Okay, our first executive session is for consultation with an attorney for the public body or agency which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship with possible action to follow in open session. It's a 5-minute duration. An open session will take place in Upper Jewel. May I have a motion, please, for the...
So moved.
Second?
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And we'll have travel time to get to our meeting room. and Dr. Bailoff.
Here, moving back
Need a
to.
motion?
Second. Gregory document.
Who gave the motion?
I made the first, fair.
So Ash on this one, and then
Second.
you make the second, okay. Are we back? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I cut that short because I know nobody's going to object. I just saved a couple of minutes. Are we back in executive session? Okay. And we have, this one is 5 minutes, and we have a time of 1.
You're
Actually, back in.
you're not back in. Just a moment, please.
Sure. Session.
So we're back in open, are we back in open session now?
Make a motion to go back into open session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries. Now we will go into our third executive session. It's a consultation with an attorney for a public body or agency which would deem privileged in the county, in the attorney-client privilege, attorney-client relationship with possible action to follow in open session. Duration 5 minutes, take place in a virtual meeting room. The people present will be with the Board of Trustees will be our Attorney Goheen, Dr. Baylaw, Dr. Patrick Schulte, and Ms. Lorraine Mixon-Page. Okay?
So moved.
Second. Yeah, come next to you, and I'll be right back. Let me know. Excuse me, we're moving back to the session. Go, Scott. And there you go. Yeah, that's not. Back to the session.
The room was muted. Do you need to go back into executive session?
Yeah.
Do you need to be put back into executive session?
Yes. Yes. This is number 4. And give her a nod, Scott, whenever you're ready, I'll go quickly.
Session? Second. Walk with the people.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Now we are headed into our fifth executive session, and it is to discuss non-elect personnel with possible action to follow in open session. The duration is 20 minutes. An open session will take place in the Door Lounge in the virtual meeting. In this executive session, we have our attorney, Dr. Schulte, and Ms. Lorraine Mixon Page. So
Get back in. I will take those sessions.
Back into. Madam Chair, would you like a motion? I motion to move us back into executive session for a duration of 20 minutes. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion, we go back into open session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I have a motion to go back into executive session on this same one and extend it.
Oh, we're extending. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, we are extending it to 5 minutes.
If I could see it's not good board.
Okay. Extend it for 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay,
So moved.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Is this number 6 now?
Oh, no,
No,
we're
it's still on 5.
still on 5 for
We're
5
still
more
on
minutes.
Oh.
We could go back to
open session.
I make a motion to return to open session.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now, we are ready for executive session number 6, and it is for personnel matters of non-elected personnel with possible action to follow in open session. This one is for 30 minutes. And we have Attorney Goheen, Dr. Baylog, Dr. Schulte, Lorraine Mixon-Page, and other employees will join in this.
I motion to move to executive session.
Second.
I'm trying to keep track of this. Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
gotta go to Tulsa when we get done here tonight. Sounds like I'm not gonna get.
Turn to open
We
session.
have a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And then we'll need a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
Okay.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, then just before we get going, we'll open up the regular meeting, call roll, and then we get to do the Pledge of Allegiance, whatever the initial things
Okay.
are. And then when we get to the agenda, we'll need to make a motion to amend the agenda before we approve it.
Okay. I call the regular board meeting to order at 5:06 PM. And if you're out in the audience, we've had a lot of executive sessions and we're not done, but we at least want to open the meeting. Cheryl, roll call, please.
Are we going to do the pledge and
Oh,
We're
okay.
gonna
All right,
follow-
I need to look at the agenda because I'm off then. Okay, so Pledge of Allegiance, as led by me today. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Excuse me, here my papers are all. Well, I don't have do you have, will you read it? Okay, because I don't, okay.
Our mission statement.
Yes, our mission statement is to inspire, thank you, inspire individuals and enrich our community one student at a time. May I have a roll call, please?
Trustee Ash,
here?
Trustee Cahar,
Here.
Chair Hoskin Sutton,
Here.
Vice Chair Kump,
Here.
Trustee Sanchez,
Here.
Trustee Scruggs on through you.
Here.
Okay.
I don't have the agenda in front. Is the
This is
approval
where
of
we
the
would,
agenda
this is where
next?
we would move to.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find
amend
my,
or
the
approve
regular agenda, yes, and I don't see it here.
So
You can help me
you're
walk.
going to need
Need
a
a
motion to amend the agenda
Okay.
to add at the beginning of the agenda an additional executive session on personnel, two additional executive sessions at the end of the agenda before you adjourn for personnel, and two action items to approve two settlement agreements.
Okay. So we need to, say.
So somebody amend the agenda
Well-
in the manner I just said.
But we need to decide on the time, that's what I was thinking.
Well,
We-
you don't.
Oh.
You'll decide on the time for the executive sessions when you make the motions for the executive
Okay.
sessions.
Yeah.
I'm having a time because I don't see my regular agenda.
Well,
But-
this isn't on the regular
Yeah,
agenda, so
I know, but,
we're winging
yeah,
it.
yes.
I'll make
So- So at this time, can I have a motion to amend our agenda to add an executive session
For personnel at the
for
beginning.
personnel at the beginning, and it will include various staff senators and our attorney?
So
Well,
moved.
no, make the motion to move the agenda to include all of the items you're adding to the agenda at one time.
Okay.
So that motion would include one executive session at the beginning for personnel, two additional executive sessions for personnel at the end of the agenda before you adjourn, and then two action items to approve two settlement agreements.
Can I get a motion? Thank
So I'll
you.
make a motion to amend the agenda to add one executive session to include personnel at the beginning of the agenda, and then two additional executive sessions at the end of the agenda that include personnel, and then two action items following that.
I think it's actually three, isn't it, Mr. Govine? Because we're going to also approve the reassignment of the lease for Little
That's correct.
Leaders.
There are three. You're correct.
There's three.
You're correct, Justin. Yes, I
Okay.
apologize.
Mhm. So with that,
So my motion would be
And
to
then-
add 3 action items at the end of the
Yep.
agenda.
And I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose?
And then you'll need a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve amended agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oppose? Thank you.
So now the first item on your amended agenda is the first personnel executive session, and you'll need to decide how long the board wants to go into that executive session.
We have about, 7 people?
Yeah,
So
maybe
do we need 30 minutes, or do we need 20 minutes, 25 minutes,
5-10 minutes per,
Let's do 30.
30 minutes? Okay.
30, 40.
30, let's do 30
30
minutes.
minutes.
30
Let's
Give
minutes,
4
yes.
minutes.
Okay. All
So I'll
right.
make a motion for, we enter into executive session to discuss
Non-elected
Non-elected
personnel.
non-elected personnel issues for a period of 30 minutes.
30.
And then that would be to include myself, and then I don't know who the individuals are that you're.
We could say representatives from Staff Senate.
Well, you'll have to, at some point, you'll have to list the names.
Yes, but I mean, right now, I don't know the names of
I
the.
don't either.
Yeah. So if we're needing to say who's going to be in there, we'd
Yeah.
say Staff Senate, Faculty Senate, and the Administrative Senate.
Okay, so we'll
That's fine.
include Mr. Goheen, and then we will get the names of the individuals, that we are asking to appear. So,
Yeah,
Yes.
to make public for record.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries.
Let's go. I'm going to make a motion that we go back into open session.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And I motion to move us back into executive session for additional, do 5?
We need more than. No.
10?
10.
More. It's 10. It's gonna be 20 minutes.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah. 20?
Yeah, 10.
Yeah. Okay.
So I motion to move us back into executive session for 20 minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good evening. I want to thank everyone for their patience with us this evening. Could I get a motion to return back to open session?
Motion to return to session?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. From our executive sessions, we do have some that have some actions and then others that don't. The first one, can I get a motion on the settlement? Someone want to, on the settlement for Andrea Chastain?
So I'll make a motion that we proceed with the settlement proposal that was presented to us in executive session number 1.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. And then on the next one, that was just no action on the second one?
The second one, I'll make a motion that we accept the settlement.
I don't think there's an action on the second one, is it?
There's no action on the third one.
On the third one? Okay, that's right.
So the second one, I'll make a motion that we move forward with the settlement agreement that was presented in executive session number 2.
So move.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And
Legal
I will make a
counsel
motion.
Excuse me just a second. Legal counsel, did we need to say the name of the person in the second one as well? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. On the third one, there is no action. What were you getting?
But the fourth one, I'll make a motion on executive session number 4 that we approve the assignment of the lease.
Current lease.
Pardon me? Yes.
Assignment of the current lease. Current lease.
Yes, the assignment of the current lease to that company. From the Little Eaters. I
yeah.
can't remember the name.
KCKCC.
Was it Happy Little Leaders?
KCKCC Parkwood Day School, DBA leaders, Little Leaders of KCKCC.
Yes,
All right.
that's the motion.
Second?
We have a motion and a second.
So the lease would be transferred from Parkwood Day School, DBA Little Leaders at KCKCC to Happy Arts Learning Center.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Question, comments?
So I just want to go on the record that I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay. Yeah. And we want you to say that when we get to that point so we can record it, yes. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain?
Aye.
The motion carries. We have five, 4, and then 1 abstain. Trustee Kahar.
And I believe that's all we have from the executive sessions, Madam Chair.
And then number 6, executive session number 6, there's no action. That's going to say it all for the record here. Executive session, number 5, there was no action. Executive session number 6, there was no action. And then for executive 7 and executive sessions 7 and 8 will be placed at the end of our meeting. We had now we will move into our agenda for our regular meeting. And again, thank you for all those who were patient with us while we got through that. We've had our roll call. Now we would like to invite I was thinking that, student and alumni. I thought I saw, never mind, the name, I was thinking that was student, but no. Mr. Nicholas Segura, founder of Segura Marketing and Media Solutions. Was a student here a long time, and he's quite accomplished in the community, and we'd love to hear from you. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to come and speak in front of the Board of Trustees. I am a graduate of the community college as well as a graduate of USD 500. Currently on the Board of Directors for the Kansas City, Kansas Chamber of Commerce. Member of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Asian Chamber of Commerce, Black Chamber of Commerce. Try to be a participating part of the community. But as I'm sitting here in front of you, I'm also reminded about my history with people like Dr. Sutton, who was in the building with me at Community Education Development with Gene Walker, who was the dean at the time. As a graduate of the school here and as a former student body president here as well. I think that I just want to share the impact of the support that this community college gave to me, and it's putting me into the position where I'm at today to support other young people as well. I am a big proponent of community colleges, the support that they give to all of our community members to give them an equal level of education and to give them an opportunity to move into higher education. So I'm a big proponent of that. And I think that when I kind of look at my life and what's gone on with where I'm at today, I look at people like Linda, for example, who worked with me at the Community Education Building under Gene Walker, and I realize that it is through the support of our educational leaders, our administrative team members, that gave me that support that pushed me into where I'm at today. It was Dr. Carruthers, who was I think she was the vice president at the time, said, "Nicholas, I want you to run for student body president." She gave me the support to do that. Unexpected, but very well appreciated, and that propelled me into that opportunity, which I took into opportunities at other colleges where I got scholarships and, of course, have leaned on leadership opportunities to grow professionally. I think that one of the things I really think about deeply, though, is the fact that our community is changing dramatically. From when I was a student here 20, 30 years ago to where we are today, our community has changed dramatically in the sense that now we're seeing a community that's growing in our Hispanic community. And as a member of the community and a representative of it, as well as owning a business that specifically works on representing diverse voices and faces in marketing and in the media industry. It's important for me just to note that our community is changing and our Hispanic youth are growing, and they're in need of support just like I received. I was very lucky to receive that support. And what I do when I talk to young people and other school members, and like this community college, whenever I come here, I always tell every person I work with, if you ever need anyone to come speak to students, call me. When I go to high schools and I talk to them, whenever you need anyone to come talk, call me. I'm always there to help to encourage those students. And that's because I was given that kind of encouragement here at Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Now, just recently, I was at the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools strategic planning meeting. And what I did see was a little alarming in the sense that there was a lack of representation, Latino representation there in the strategic meeting. In a room full of more than 40 people, there were only 3 Latinos in the room, where we have a student body that is 60+% Hispanic. I'm saying this to you all because this audience is in need, and they're also coming to this community college. And if we can continue to be the supportive college that I received when I was in this college, we can see a community grow and be very successful. When we did some recent focus groups and studies on Latino families and students, the big request they had from us to share with the public school system as well as the community college was, we need better communication on how to get into college and how to succeed in college. So I share that information with you with the deepest respect as well as the deepest urgency, because these students are coming in your direction. And we can help them to become successful students, just like I was granted that real success from that community education building over across the street. It's priceless. Linda, if you remember, we had a building full of women over there, strong women leaders who helped us and helped each other. It was a really great nurturing environment, so I applaud you for being a part of that, and seeing you here on the Board of Trustees is really amazing. I also just have that great background with Scott as well, because Scott knew one of my previous mothers, Anita Favors, who was a native of Kansas City, Kansas. She's literally one of my mothers, who was also one of these great support people who helped me to achieve where I'm at. So I encourage you just to think about that population that's coming in our direction, because with the support of this Board of Trustees, supporting our administrators, our teachers, and our community, we can see our community grow to be very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Again, we do appreciate you staying around because we were running late. with some
Absolutely, my
executive
pleasure,
sessions.
always.
Thank you.
All right.
Next, we have our audience to patrons and petitioners. Do we have anyone online who wants to address the board? No. Do we have anyone?
Have any online?
Okay. Do we have anyone in the audience who wants to address the board? If not, we will move on to our next item on the agenda. It's Dr. Patrick Schulte. He's going to present to us the Leavenworth County funding. He's our Vice President of Finance and Operations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the sake of time, my PowerPoint presentation is extremely short. There was a question asked a few months ago in relation to our PCC, Pioneer Career Center in Leavenworth campus location, and in relation to the expenses associated with that. So tonight I wanted to make sure and prepare for you information to share with that. As we take into consideration, and we went back all the way to 2023, the amount of expense for our Leavenworth location comes in at about $505,000. In 2024, that was at $516. 2025, it was at $552,304. And then there was adjustments made, and we're only into February 2026. But in taking into consideration the expenses of that location, is currently running at about $410,000, on track to be close to what it was in the previous year's expenses. So the Leavenworth location, expense-wise, taking into consideration salaries, professional development, instructional supplies and materials, facilities and maintenance, utilities and supplies. And again, as it's a aging building, and we're looking at and making sure keeping it up to par in relation to deferred maintenance and what we're doing on that space, while utilizing it under the capacity of the lease agreement that we have, or the purchase agreement that we have. We're investing about $500,000 into that space for all the programs every year. With that, I also wanted to reflect on what are the revenues associated with that. Right now, the credit hour revenue generation at that location is hovering right around $300,000 for our credit hour revenue generation. But then also we need to take into consideration our Leavenworth County. So I'm looking at what are all of the revenues coming into us from Leavenworth County. The Leavenworth County credit hour online in relation to that as well. We talked about that last month. And that comes in hovering right around that $400,000 mark. So the difference between those is we have about $610,000 we're projecting as of right now for in February 2026, with expenses of about $409,000. While it is that shows a balanced positive on that bottom line, there are a number of other expenses that go into this that get absorbed into the campus operations as a whole. So while this doesn't take into consideration costs associated with overhead globally, this is really site-specific, location-specific. As we continue to move forward, our accounting and finance in relation to the Leavenworth, we can fine-tune this, take into consideration more pieces of it. But right now, I just wanted to be able to share with you what we do have in relation to some of the numbers and questions that were asked.
Thank you. Any question for Dr. Schulte?
At this time, is there anything being looked into in terms of any funding that would be coming into the college directly from Leavenworth County itself?
I might defer to Dr. Baylog on this piece, if you wouldn't mind, Dr. Baylog. I know there's been some conversations in relation to the development, but I don't know where that's gone.
They've been preliminary.
Preliminary.
So there's much more research that needs to take shape there. To be honest, our top priority has been opening the downtown center, so focusing on the construction there, all that's tied to the opening of that center. So furnishings, equipment that's needed, staffing plan. Once we complete construction there, then we'll be in a place where we can really turn our attention to other areas. We've discussed some of those this evening. One of those will also be Leavenworth. Madam Chair and I had the opportunity to stop by Pioneer Career Center on Thursday, following our time with the Leavenworth Educational Foundation and their luncheon, and just wanted her to be able to see that there's some exciting things that are taking shape there. We're very grateful for Dr. Kellen Adams and the school district there, their support in allowing us to transfer that facility to the college and use it. We're making the greatest and best use of that space. Keep in mind that it's a former middle school that was designed in a really interesting way, where you've got these circular rooms with no doors, not really conducive to a college learning environment. When we're taking old locker rooms and turning them into electrical labs, I mean, we're using every square inch that we can in that facility to support learning, but we will need to eventually turn our attention to greater needs out there and really aligning with the labor market, their demands, and making sure that our programming is aligned and supporting the needs of students, community members, and employers in that area.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, Dr. Shelton.
Thank you all.
Our next presentation will be presented to us by Ms. Christine White. She is the Executive Director of Institutional Effectiveness, and it will be the results of the Ruffalo Noel Levitz College Survey, Satisfaction Survey, the Climate Survey. Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Tonight, I will walk through the results of the College Employee Satisfaction Survey conducted by, as you mentioned, Ruffalo Noel Levitz. I'll be focusing on the trends, what we are hearing from employees, and where there are opportunities to strengthen the institution going forward. This survey is designed to provide a comprehensive view of campus culture, specifically how employees experience engagement, communication, leadership, and the overall work environment. It is one of the most important tools we have to assess organizational health over time. The following slides will demonstrate how well KCKCC compares with peers in the community college and tech college space. The purpose of this survey and this presentation is to offer a glimpse at the feedback provided by our employees and inform leadership of strengths and opportunities for improvement. Industry best practices when administering surveys is to follow these 4 steps: survey a population, socialize the results, take action, and assess the outcomes. Ensuring we close the loop by sharing how the outcomes were influenced by the employee's voice is paramount to making the connection you said we did. I'll begin with what remains strong across all survey cycles: strong commitment to students, high employee engagement, mission alignment across campus. Faculty, in particular, continue to report a strong sense of pride in teaching. These are important institutional strengths that provide a solid foundation. I'll touch more on opportunities later. When we examine the trend data from 2018 through 2025, we see a more mixed picture. Satisfaction improved in 2021 from the initial administration in 2018, but was followed by a continual decline in 23 and 25. All rates are below our benchmark peers. One of the most important insights from this survey is the distinction between engagement and institutional confidence. Employees remain highly committed to their work and to our students. However, confidence in institutional communication, decision-making processes, and organizational alignment is declining. This suggests that while engagement is strong, there are broader concerns affecting how employees experience the environment at KCKCC. Staff feedback highlights concern with leadership communication, limited recognition, staffing levels, and workload pressures. All of this adversely affects employee morale. Faculty feedback emphasizes strong commitment to teaching and students, concerns regarding shared governance consistency, and limited transparency and participation in planning. The perspectives of staff and faculty are consistent and aligned across the institution. In summary, employees are engaged and committed to KCKCC's mission and students, but their confidence in leadership transparency and communication is declining. Across all groups, these 5 priority areas emerge: leadership communication, employee recognition, cross-department collaboration, employee involvement in planning, and advancement opportunities. These have remained consistent themes across multiple cycles. Taken together, the data suggests that KCKCC has a highly committed workforce, but there are structural and communication-related challenges that are impacting satisfaction and trust. In response to these findings, several actions are underway in 2026. These include increasing the frequency and clarity of leadership communication, expanding employee recognition efforts, strengthening shared governance and participation structures, investing in leadership development for supervisors, and continuing alignment of institutional priorities with student success and workforce outcomes. In closing, employee commitment to students and the mission remain a clear strength. Satisfaction levels indicate opportunity for improvement related to peers. The primary area of focus, communication, recognition, and employee voice are well defined. Steps are underway to address these areas moving forward. This survey provides a clear roadmap for strengthening KCKCC's institutional culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Trustees, do you have any questions?
Madam Chair, I have a question. Ms. White, on a scale of high, medium, or low, how would you rate the efficacy of this study?
Medium, due to the response rate. We had very varied response rates with declining response rates in the past few administrations without a clear connection between what employees are reporting back and giving us feedback on, and our connecting that feedback to what we did was lacking. And so as we do that, that discourages people from actually continuing to participate because they feel their voice isn't being heard, so why should they bother?
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for getting the whole study ready for us in our packet. So the whole packet of information is there with all the comments. It really gives you an insight on the climate here. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Good job.
Thank you.
At this time, we invite Dr. Devin Stroman, Vice President of Enrollment Management and Student Services. And Dr. Stroman is going to give us the Enrollment Management and Student Services Division Annual Update. Welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Services. And as I shared this overview, I also wanted to note that I've been in the role for approximately 7 months. So during this time, I have had the opportunity to evaluate our operations, connect with our teams, and better understand how our work supports students across the institution. And what I observed is that there's strong positive momentum across the division, with many impactful initiatives already in place. And at this time, there are clear opportunities for growth, particularly in how we align our efforts, streamlining processes, and enhancing the overall student experience. And today I will highlight how our work aligns with the college's strategic enrollment management plan, focusing on five key goals: growing the enrollment funnel, improving student persistence and completion, enhancing the student experience, leveraging financial assistance, and in strengthening our institutional processes. Before discussing the strategic goals, I wanted to briefly introduce the structure of the division. The Division of Enrollment Management and Student Affairs brings together several key departments that support the entire student life cycle. These include admissions and recruitment, financial aid, the registrar's office, advising and career services, student engagement, counseling, housing, health services, accessibility services, veteran services, athletics, and TRIO programs such as Upward Bound. Each area plays an important role in helping students access the college, persist in their studies, and successfully complete their programs. The alignment of these departments allows us to coordinate efforts more effectively, improve communication across units, and ultimately provide a more seamless experience for our students. So goal number 1. The first goal of our strategic enrollment management plan focuses on expanding and strengthening the enrollment funnel. One key strategy has been strengthening our high school partnerships through articulation agreements and expanded dual enrollment opportunities. These partnerships allow students to earn college credit while in high school and create clear pathways into our academic and workforce programs. We have also implemented targeted recruitment strategies using our Recruit CRM, which allows, and CRM is a communication resource management system, which allows us to engage prospective students more intentionally. And recently, we launched outreach efforts to over 5,400 admitted students who had not yet enrolled, helping move students from admissions to enrollment. In addition, we have seen a 9% increase in our international student enrollment while continuing to develop new scholarship and study abroad opportunities to expand global engagement. The second goal focuses on improving student persistence and completion, ensuring students who enroll at KCKCC are supported through graduation. One area where we have seen significant growth is advising engagement. In February alone, our advisors served 421 students in person, which represents a 29% increase from the previous year, along with an additional 138 virtual appointments. And financial aid also continues to play a critical role. Through our FAFSA outreach events and direct student support, we currently have 8,300 FAFSA applicants, representing a 4% increase from last year. We also continue expanding support services such as counseling, housing initiatives, and TRIO programs, all designed to help students overcome barriers and remain on track towards their academic goals. The third goal focuses on improving the overall student experience, which is essential to both student success and retention. Our student engagement and cultural enrichment programming continues to create opportunities for students to connect with the campus community through cultural events, service learning initiatives, and educational programming. And these efforts are designed to promote a strong sense of belonging and campus engagement. We also continue to support students through essential services like counseling, accessibility services, veteran support, housing, and health services. Additionally, the Basic Needs Center served more than 730 individuals in February, helping address food insecurity and ensuring students have the resources they need to remain focused on their education. The fourth goal focuses on leveraging financial assistance to improve both student outcomes and institutional sustainability. Our financial aid team has expanded FAFSA completion initiatives through partnerships with the TRIO programs and local school districts, helping students and families better understand available financial resources. We have also increased targeted communication with students who have incomplete financial aid files, ensuring they receive the assistance needed to finalize their aid and continue their enrollment process. And finally, the team continues adapting institutional processes in response to the federal financial aid policy updates, including workforce Pell initiatives and change in federal loan programs. The final goal focuses on strengthening our internal processes and institutional systems to support enrollment and student success. Through the Enrollment Management Committee, we are working towards reducing departmental silos and improving collaboration across units that support students. We're also implementing several technologies to improve efficiency and the student experience. These include Voyatech fraud prevention software, the Blue Chat chatbot to answer student questions, and Recruit CRM for coordinated communication with prospective students. In addition, we are automating several administrative processes using Ellucian forms and intelligent processes, which improve data accuracy and reduces manual work across departments. These improvements help create a more efficient and responsive system that ultimately benefits both students and the institution. Looking ahead, our focus will continue to center on strengthening the systems and partnership that support both enrollment growth and student success. We will continue expanding our high school partnerships and dual enrollment opportunities, which are critical for building strong pathways from local districts into KCKCC programs. We will also continue leveraging technology and process improvements to create a more seamless and efficient experience for students from their first contact with the college through graduation. And additionally, we plan to expand targeted outreach and advising strategies to further support student persistence and completion. And overall, our goal is to continue aligning the work of student services and enrollment management with the college's strategic enrollment management plan so that we can support institutional growth, student success, and the needs of our community. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Dr. Stroman. Any questions for Dr. Stroman?
Well, it's a great report. It looks like you're making some headway and,
Yes,
you know, maybe starting to get a little momentum.
Yes, sir. I kind of wanted to take the approach my first 90 days, especially to kind of get the feel of some of the departments I'm working with and just try to gain more knowledge first before we make any changes. But got a great group in the division, and we're ready to make significant moves to help our students.
Yeah, I thought that was a great point in terms of how you're being proactive on behalf of the students, particularly with financial aid, because that's a big stumbling block. And those are all very, very excellent points that you had presented. But what I think makes it even more impressive is that this has all been within your 7 months.
Yes, sir.
I think that is very, very impressive, and yeah, we're extremely lucky to have you and your staff.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the last institution I worked for as assistant vice president, we ran a very successful one-stop shop. It's where a student can come in and meet with one representative from student affairs and get every question as a part of the enrollment process answered with one individual. And really talking with Dr. Baylog and my colleagues, I think that's kind of the future that we're going to be seeing moving forward at KCKCC. We want the enrollment process to be very seamless for our students.
Do you have a a projected number in terms of the high school students that you are targeting coming into a partnership with KCKCC?
I mean, yes, sir. I believe the last numbers I looked at, we're averaging 700-800 students plus every semester, and that's going to continue to grow with the districts that we're working with, providing them with very specific pathways for programming. So, ideally, it's going to keep growing. That's what we're wanting.
That's great.
Yes, sir.
Go on.
Yeah, Madam Chair. We're doing that through a very focused and strategic approach, identifying a program portfolio that aligns with labor market demand, that really creates these very clear pathways to whether they're more advanced degrees with their university partners or to a high skill, high wage job. Very grateful for the support, the engagement of our local schools. They're very interested in working with us, and yeah, we found them to be great partners. I would just add a couple of points. Devin mentioned about financial aid and leveraging that. We're very fortunate here also to be able to leverage institutional aid and scholarship money that is available through our foundation, and mobilizing that and optimizing the use of that to support student access and their continuation here, their enrollment and continuation here at the college. So breaking down silos, looking for ways where we can optimize the use of those funds to really support students enrolled here. But and as it relates to the one-stop, it's included in the master facility plan. We mentioned it a little bit earlier this evening. That one-stop really helps to triage a lot of the questions that we have coming in. So I'd venture to say that probably 80 to 90% of the inquiries that we get that are coming into student affairs could be addressed through a central one-stop triage, which allows our other areas to be far more efficient in processing applications, financial aid applications, records. It's a model that's used widely, and one that we'd love to apply here.
Okay.
You're welcome.
No other questions? Thank you, Dr. Stroman.
Thank you.
Next is our communications, and we don't have any scheduled. Then we will move to the board reports. The first board report is from Board Finance Committee Chair, Trustee Ash.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. We met, Trustee Cahar and I met with Dr. Schulte, Dr. Baylog, and with Becky and Karen, and our tech support folks. And so we reviewed all of the financial information and the data. We looked at, our bottom line and, our cash flow and all of the pertinent things that, we all are concerned about. And again, the college position financially remains very strong. Dr. Schulte will present more during his report. And we did vote and approve to move a lot of those reports forward to you. They're in your board packet for your review. And we're prepared to let you review them, and maybe if you have specific questions, you could give them, to Dr. Schulte. But our due diligence was completed, and we were satisfied with what we saw. The college continues to do a great job keeping us pretty well informed. And I think maybe, Dr. Schulte and folks from his staff maybe have some other ideas about how we can maybe improve that as well moving forward. So we'll be looking forward to hearing more about that. That's my report.
Thank you, Trustee Ash. Any questions from Trustee Ash or anyone else that's on the Board Finance Committee? I call for a motion to accept the report from the Board Finance Committee.
Make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, sorry, Trustee.
Motion and a second. Questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next thing on there is the Board Policy Committee, and I will say that we do have a policy coming up later, so you will see that. That's my report. May I get a motion for the report?
Make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
A motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Our next report is from our Board Community Engagement Committee, and we have Trustee Scruggs and Drew.
Yes. We have established when our first meeting will be, and that is our regular meetings will be the 4th Tuesday at 3:30. So we haven't had our first meeting yet.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments for Dr. Scruggs and Drew? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move approval of the report.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. Trustee Ash, the information from ACCT and KACC.
Yeah, nothing really from ACCT, but KACC is very, very busy in Topeka between legislative request and the KBOR request, funding the cost model and different things that they are working up there. The executive director, Heather Morgan, reports that at this point doesn't appear that the colleges, maybe we'd be looking pretty good right now. Okay, that they might not be messing too much with our funding, but as long as the legislature is open, anything can happen. Anything can change pretty quickly. So right now, I am in the process of working on the executive director's annual evaluation. I have received evaluation responses from 18 of the 19 community colleges. Now, I don't know, but that's a pretty high percentage, okay? I don't think they've, in the last few years, had that high of a response rate, so I'm just thrilled, to have that. But we will, I'll complete that, and then the executive committee will take a look at it, and we'll prepare a final evaluation, and then we'll meet with Heather and share that with her, and talk about any compensation adjustments or anything like that. And then all of that business will be voted on and approved in the June meeting, which I believe is in Iola at Allen County Community College, June 6 and 7, I think, something like that. It'll be the first meeting under the new format of meeting on Sunday afternoon and evening, staying Sunday night and completing on Monday, and then coming home. And that gives less time away from the colleges for the presidents versus the other format where we, started on Friday and finished on Saturday, and they had to be there on Thursday evening for meetings with Heather. So it'll be a little more user-friendly for the presidents in terms of time away from their college, as well as maybe not missing so many children's or grandchildren's activities, school activities. So that's what's going on right now.
All right. And I will add on the ACCT. I'm a member of the Impact and Success Committee, and part of that requirement is to attend the ACCT Western Region meeting, and it's going to be on April 6th on Zoom at 2 p.m. this time. I was also selected to join a cohort with ACCT of classes, and I'll talk about that more. I have to have the classes completed by July 1st. Any questions or comments for me or Trustee Ash? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is our consent agenda. And if you have, do you have any questions or comments about it? Otherwise, I will call for a motion to approve the consent agenda. And also in item D was the staffing for downtown. I know we mentioned that in one of the other sessions, but you look at it and have some questions, please let Dr. Baylock know.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is our student here? We understand if he's not, because he's on spring break.
He is on spring break.
Okay. Moving along to President's report. Dr. Scott Baylock, our acting president. Dr. Baylock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, if you could toggle over. Perfect, thank you. And I'll just start by expressing an enormous sense of gratitude for our people, for their support, for their encouragement. People have rallied here, particularly over the last few weeks, and have stepped up. Not just those in my immediate area that report to me, or also in the president's office or in the business office, but across the college, the cabinet, down to our deans, to staff across the entire college, our faculty, with communication channels really opening and people coming to the office more, and have just really enjoyed the interaction, have appreciated deeply the support that they have extended. We have good people here. And over the last few weeks, it's really been telling to see their goodness, to see the character, and to see their capability on display. And I'm just enormously grateful. So while I report on activities that I'm consumed with, I also just want you to be aware of the enormous amount of work that our people are doing every day in support of this college, our students, and the community. So just touch on first the downtown center. So these are photos as of probably a week or two ago, making continued progress on the construction. This is the partner building along 7th. This is the back of that building, sort of the shipping and receiving area. To the left is a wall that separates the alley from our commercial construction and advanced technology or advanced manufacturing labs. To the right is the Willigill Center. This is coming up along State Avenue. You see the where the canopy will be placed, trying to keep people out of the elements, but we'll have a nice patio area there on the back that perfect for people that want to stay in the area, use that space to study, especially when the weather is nice, but also I can envision numerous receptions that we would host there coming out of the community space and out of the gallery. It's coming down State Avenue. You see our logo affixed to the Advanced Technology Center. This is where our both our commercial construction and advanced manufacturing programs, they will have their lab space. This little plaza areas separating the commercial construction lab and the dirt yard. Again, coming down State Avenue, you see sort of the shade that's in place, also just to keep people out of the elements, out of rain, out of snow. Just more construction status photos so that you can see as the interiors are being applied. Flooring's going in, terrazzo's being installed now as well. Paint's going on the walls. Soon we'll start to see furnishings, the cabinetry installed, but you're really starting to get a sense of the magnitude of the project and how this is going to fundamentally change the landscape in downtown Kansas City, Kansas. It's not only changing the physical landscape, but I believe that it's providing hope in an area that needs it. It's changing expectations. It's changing perceptions for the community. And I just could not be more proud as it's coming along, but wanted to share with you an update. Some of our science labs, you start to see the lab tables that are going in. And then this is one of our labs in that construction lab.
lab.
Yes, sir. And also in the advanced manufacturing area. So in addition to that, and it's a nice segue over to, I'll take you through a sort of a series of events over the last few weeks. So we hosted an automation engineer technology program open house with our FAME partners, the Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education. This was Rich Piper's last AET open house. So those that know Rich, he was in full form as Coach Piper and presenting to the group. That included current students, prospective students for AET, as well as our employer partners that were represented. We currently work with 17 employer partners from FAME, and great turnout for the open house. And from there, we moved into the lab space so that those that are interested in the program could see the lab, see the types of equipment that they'll learn on, what they would be using in the workplace. So grateful for our team for hosting that. Very successful. Also grateful for Trustee Kahar for his attendance at that open house. From there, we traveled to San Antonio, Texas for the Community College Futures Assembly, where the college was recognized as a finalist for the Workforce Bellwether Award. So we were one of 10 colleges nationally recognized for our work in advanced manufacturing and growing and scaling our program to support the needs of employers. So nice segue from the AET Open House. Ashley Irvin, our interim dean of career and technical education, in my mind stole the show. I could not be more proud of Ashley and the work that she did in representing our college, our program there, but just very, very proud to have the opportunity to share with others representing colleges from across the country the good work that we're doing in advanced manufacturing, and just honored to be a finalist. And so we were tabling as part of the showcase, and then you can see the other colleges that were tabling there. I have to tell you that my attendance there really opened my eyes. One, we need to work with them on marketing to support the Bellwether College Consortium and the work that they do. It was my impression that only colleges that were nominated or selected as a finalist for the Bellwether Award and were competing for that were eligible to attend. The reality is that anybody from across the country can attend.
Oh.
Why is that important to note? Because there are 30 to 40 institutions from across the country that are presenting best practices on programs, whether they're in workforce, also operations, services. What a great opportunity to engage with peers, to learn more about what they're doing, and be able to take those lessons back, bring them back here, and be able to apply some here at KCKCC. In addition to the showcase, we also had a panel session, and so we presented there. The timing of that panel presentation was fortuitous in that we were able to leverage a lot of the information that we shared in our panel presentation with an ongoing conversation with an employer considering expansion to this area, brought that information to this board before. So we were at the table again this past month with the Department of Commerce, with representatives from Johnson County Community College and KSU Olathe in an effort to attract this large company to the area. We were able to take a lot of what we had used in that deck, and it actually worked out really well to be able to present from for representatives of that company. And there you see Ashley with the Bellwether finalist
Awesome.
trophy. We were one of 2 Kansas colleges recognized. So Barton was the other, and so you see Marcus there, their president, holding their finalists trophy as well. But really neat that 2 of the 10 institutions nationally that were recognized for their efforts in workforce development were Kansas institutions, Kansas community colleges. So that made for, I think, a really great Technical Education Authority report for the month. With KBOR. Moving ahead, I represented the college at the Kansas Community College Summit hosted by Kansas State University on March 3rd. A tremendous effort by Kansas State University in bringing together representatives from the university as well as representatives from Kansas community colleges to inform the development of accelerated bachelor's degree programs, 3-year bachelor's degree paths, and really working with us in a collaborative way to develop that pathway. And so we're grateful to be there. Only 2 colleges chose to attend this, KCKCC and Dodge City, in representing our community colleges. But in attendance were the president of Kansas State University, or chancellor, the president of KBOR, the chief academic officer for KBOR. We had Steve Gonzalez, who is retiring as the chancellor from the Maricopa College District in Arizona, but he will soon have a prominent role at KSU. We were also joined by representatives from BYU Online Global and Ensign College to share about their experience in building these accelerated pathways, these 3-year bachelor's degree programs. Grateful for the opportunity to represent the college and to be part of that conversation. Also in early March, I mentioned the effort that so many are just contributing here at the college. Hats off to Tom Grady and the work in the Blue Devil Institute for Teaching and Learning for the work that they did in hosting an Enhancing Teaching and Learning Conference on March 7th. We had, this was with the Kansas City Professional Development Council. We had representatives from colleges and universities across the metro here at KCKCC, and also a guest lecturer, guest speaker, and Todd Zach Carrick in from North Carolina to really present on leveraging emerging technologies in the classroom to support student learning. That same weekend, our field house was packed as we were hosting the Kansas State High School Athletics Association and the Kansas Junior College Activities Association, their playoffs in basketball here at the field house. And to experience an empty field house over the last 2 years, when we had to shore up the foundation, when we had to replace the floor, and to go from one extreme to a packed house where with these high school playoffs there wasn't a seat to be had. It was packed. We're really starting to see the college emerge as the heart in this community. We're seeing it in varying ways, and this one was really telling for me. So we had representatives from admissions there, so if people were there and had interest in enrolling at the college, they had the ability to inquire and pick up information on their way out. We also had the commissioner for the Kansas Junior College Athletics Association, or Activities Association. He was here present, so we were grateful to be able to host him. Moving ahead, I mentioned this earlier, but we had a ribbon cutting for workforce partnership out at our Pioneer Career Center. This only makes sense, where we have our regional workforce board now co-located with us out at our Leavenworth site, so that as career seekers are coming in off the street, interested in a job, we can connect them immediately with programs that we offer that are going to prepare them for those in-demand jobs. So we were joined by the Leavenworth Lansing Chamber that hosted the ribbon cutting, also leadership from Workforce Partnership for the ribbon cutting. But what a neat partnership in the making, and we're already starting to see it yield in the traffic that it will drive into the Pioneer Career Center. So really excited about that partnership and collaboration with Workforce Partnership. There you see Marsha Irvine with Keeley.
Great job up there.
Yep, and Keely's
built
the executive
many-
director of Workforce
many
Partnership,
bridges.
Keely Schneider. Speaking of Leavenworth, we were also out at the Leavenworth High School Educational Foundation, their annual luncheon, really supporting the work that foundation does in promoting student learning, and also just amazing work by their faculty, by their instructors. And we heard a couple of examples while we were there. Grateful for the representation by so many that were there representing the college. So, Madam Chair, thank you for being there. Trustee Ash, Trustee Scruggs-Andreu, Devin, Christine was there as well. But just a high level of engagement with Leavenworth High School and their educational foundation. Also, last week, spent some time at the Heartland Black Chamber of Commerce, and really to learn more about some of the needs of Black-owned small businesses in this area as they're preparing for World Cup and what that means for these businesses. So good friends there at the Heartland Black Chamber, and was grateful to be able to be there and support not just of the chamber, but of their members. And then finally, was really impressed by the works of our students at the Unfolded Annual Student Art Exhibit. This is being hosted in an art gallery at the Roland Park City Hall. And so I was able to be there to celebrate not only the works of our students, but the contributions of our faculty. And I was really grateful that Trustee Hoskin-Sutton also joined us for that unveiling on Friday night. And that concludes my report.
And I just have one comment. You said that the college is becoming the heart of. Well, it has been the heart for a long, long time. For those of you who have been around like I have. And as I shared with you, we've gotten away from being the heart because we've excluded so many people from the community from what's going on within this institution. So if we can get back to that, I think the community as a whole will remember how welcome they felt when they came to things on this campus. So we've been the heartbeat, the jewel for a long time. We've just kind of lost our way, and I'm hopeful that we're going to get back to seeing our way with the community involvement on this campus because they own it. I mean, they paid the they own it, right? So we need to let them in. Any questions or comments? Thank you, Dr. Baylock. That was a good presentation there.
No, I thought it was outstanding having the high school tournament. Because if you think about it, that's really shades of things to come in terms of not only engaging in the community, but being accessible to everyone in the community and bringing them all together to see what they could do, what they could become, and what KCKCC has to offer the community. So it was great.
And we couldn't have asked for a better athletic director, and his direct engagement here in the community and bringing the community in to Trustee Hoskin-Sutton's point. Really grateful for Greg McVeigh's leadership in athletics and bringing the community in. That's the right thing to do. He's doing a great job, that team.
Any other comments? Not, may I have a motion to accept Dr. Baylock's report?
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And I should have said, when I just said Dr. Baylock, I should have said acting president because now we have him up on the next report.
In the interest of time, Madam Chair, I asked to waive my time to be able to yield for others who are here.
Okay. Do we need to accept that statement for his report?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Baylock.
You're welcome.
Next, we have our Vice President of Academic Affairs, Mr. Jerry Pope.
Can't figure out how to get it. Sorry, Dr. Baylock, you caught me by surprise. I'm like, oh, Dr. Baylock's going to have his. So I didn't have my report ready. I'll provide a brief update from Academic Affairs aligned to the college's 4 strategic pillars. So our first pillar is strategic success, and we continue to strengthen student learning and engagement through faculty development and high-impact experiences. Faculty are participating in professional development on topics such as active learning, artificial intelligence, and student mental health. Student achievement also remains strong. Our Phi Theta Kappa chapter earns 7 regional awards, and programs such as physical therapist assistant and mortuary science continue to demonstrate strong outcomes, including clinical success and national board pass rates. Quality programs and services. Our program review and assessment processes continue to guide continuous improvement across the institution. This month, we hosted 2 peer reviewers from the Accreditation Council for Business Schools and Programs as part of the business program's reaffirmation process. The visit went very well, and we received valuable feedback that will help strengthen the program moving forward. So pretty soon, we'll hear the results of that, and we'll have an opportunity to respond, and then their board will convene. I can't remember when? In June to take the final report. Thank you, Dr. Kramer. We also continue to invest in program quality through resources such as Perkins-funded upgrades to our technical labs. Employee engagement. Faculty remain highly engaged in scholarship and professional activity, including conference presentations and national service. Our music program continues to elevate the college's visibility, with the upcoming Kansas City Jazz Summit expected to be the largest in its history. Finally, we continue to expand community and workforce partnerships. Adult education programs are increasing access both on campus and at the Lansing Correctional Facility. Workforce innovation continues to grow employer partnerships through the FAME program and new stackable pathways, including a Cisco networking credential that leads directly into a degree program. So overall, academic affairs continues to advance student success, program quality, employee engagement, and community partnerships in alignment with the college's strategic plan. So thank you, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions or take a question back and getting the answer.
Nice tie.
Oh, thank you very much. And my socks.
Move
too.
approval of his report.
Second.
Were you getting ready to ask a question? Because we,
No, I was just going to make a comment that it's from your report and all the other reports we've been getting, there's such progress and forward thinking that is happening, and so really appreciate the things that you've brought to the table. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know we have a motion. Did someone second as well?
I did.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Mr. Pope.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have our Vice President of Enrollment Management and Student Services, Dr. Devin Stroman. Dr. Stroman, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Today, I'm pleased to provide an update on spring 2026 enrollment, student services, and key initiatives across the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Services. Overall, we are seeing a strong growth, increased student engagement, and meaningful progress on both the academic and support areas. To begin with enrollment, spring 2026 continues a positive trajectory. Our unduplicated headcount is up 6.2% compared to spring 2025 and 11.3% compared to spring 2024. Credit hours have also increased by 5.1% year over year and 12% over the past 2 years. One area of particularly strong growth is our 8-week courses. These accelerated offerings have increased by 21% in headcount and 20% in credit hours compared to last spring. In total, we are serving 5,005 students this semester. These trends demonstrate growing demand for flexible scheduling options and reflect the effectiveness of our enrollment and retention strategies. Our Counseling and Advocacy Center continues to play a critical role in student success. In February alone, the team conducted 68 counseling appointments, with anxiety, stress, and depression being the most common concerns. In addition, staff provided suicide prevention training for students and led faculty workshops focused on how mental health impacts learning. This work is essential to supporting both the academic success and overall well-being of our students. And student engagement remains strong across campus. The Morning Blend Coffee program distributed 384 free coffee tickets, helping create informal connections points for students. And the game room served, favorite place ever, by the way, if you ever get a chance, it's great. The game room served 140 students in events such as our Stuff a Flush activity that drew 75 participants. In our basic needs support, our Blue Devil Cupboard Basic Needs Center continues to address food insecurity among our students. In February, the cupboard served 230 households, impacting a total of 730 individuals. This resource remains a critical component for our retention strategy, ensuring students can focus on their education without unmet basic needs. And our admissions and recruitment efforts remain active and productive. The team conducted 14 individual campus tours and 9 group tours, while also participating in multiple college fairs and community events. On the financial aid side, we have received 8,941 FAFSA applications for the 2025-2026 academic year and have dispersed over $10.6 million in financial aid to students. And together, these efforts are key to expanding access and support for enrollment stability. Student housing continues to prepare for upcoming terms. Applications for summer 2026 and 2026-2027 academic year opened on March 1st, with approximately 100 beds available for non-student athletes. Staff are also recruiting resident assistants and implementing academic support strategies aimed at improving GPA outcomes for residential students. These efforts support both student success and residential engagement. And finally, our athletic programs continue to perform well. Both men's and women's basketball teams completed successful seasons with records of 17-4 and 17-13 respectively. Our baseball and softball teams are now underway competing against nationally ranked opponents. Athletics remains an important contributor to campus life and institutional pride. And in closing, spring 2026 reflects strong momentum across enrollment, student engagement, and support services. Our continued focus on partnership, innovation, and student-centered services positions us well for sustained progress into fall 2026 and beyond. And that is the end of my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think, Dr. Bailoff, yeah, we had talked about it briefly. In terms of the 8-week program,
Yes, sir.
Is it on a trial, kind of like a trial basis right now? When would you expect that it's going to be expanded into just a full-blown program?
I'm probably going to refer to this to Dr. Baylog. It's been, to my understanding, pretty consistent effort, correct?
Yeah. So it's one that we offer consistently, so that students can pick up an extra class once the official 16-week semester is kicked off. The interesting insight, though, in reviewing enrollment trends with that 8-week is much like what we had discussed, and it's wildly popular. And I think it requires further investigation as to how we can broaden that, because when we're looking at enrollment trends and we're seeing 20% increases year over year, there's something to be said for that. Yeah. And you got to lean into it. You got to investigate, and you got to say, okay, is there the ability or the way where we can make more of these opportunities available to students that want it?
I don't know what all programs they are, but I know there are a number of them available at Tech in the FAME
They
program.
vary across different areas, across different program areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many,
Yeah.
but
Go on. And the 8-week classes has been popular for a long time, and especially if a student realizes that they can graduate and they may need one other class, they can pick up that 8-week class. So we don't, it's my understanding, we don't encourage anyone to try to do their whole semester with 8-week classes, because it's not a reduction in the amount of information. It's still a 16-week class in an 8-week period. Yeah, condensed, but
yeah,
you
it's a
still,
condensed program.
you still cover all the information, but it is a great way for students who, for whatever reason, can't start in August or January to come in and pick up that class.
So,
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may. So I mentioned the Community College Futures Assembly, where we were recognized as a bellwether finalist. One of the colleges that was also recognized is Odessa College in Texas, that has moved to an exclusive 8-week model. And they've been offering this now over 10 years. And even during the pandemic, they never saw a drop in enrollment. If anything, it's just continued to take off. And so that's become wildly popular there. It's popular here. I think it really deserves us to take a further look, because if a student can have, considering the population that we serve, where they're juggling life responsibilities, it's hard to get out here. You can be easily distracted when you're trying to prepare for 4 or 5 classes if you're trying to maintain a full-time load. The reality is most students can't afford to do that, so they're only enrolled part-time. Moving to an 8-week or leveraging that more fully allows students to pick up that extra class. Not only in some cases, does that make them eligible for federal financial aid? But it also accelerates their pathway to graduation. So there's a lot of merit, and it's worth looking into.
Yeah, yeah, especially for, you know, working parents or single households or anybody any young individual just wanting to get ahead. It's a phenomenal way to be able to get to where you're going without sacrificing the quality of the education.
Yes, sir.
Just at a quicker pace.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you for that excellent report.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
you again. Next, we have our Vice President of Finance and Operations report from Dr. Patrick Schulte. Dr. Schulte, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, once again. As I was reflecting on the report for this evening executive summary, as you know, the number of areas underneath the Vice President of Finance and Operations, each area puts together their report for the board. I review that and pull that together for a final document that you all receive. But as I was reflecting on it, it dawned on me how much focus there is in VPFO area around service to individuals. So as I look at each one of these tonight in the finance area, as we're working on the development of the next fiscal year's budget and reaching out and engaging with the campus community in this conversation, there's an emphasis, a heavy emphasis on reporting and process and development. Becky Barger leading that area as controller is taking a look at how do we make sure that people are able to get the information that they need to make critical decisions in a timely fashion. That is a work in progress and a thing that we're going to continue to emphasize as we move forward, but that focus is around how do you give individuals the tools that they need to be successful. So in the area of finance, improved employee self-service tools, system upgrades, as we look at ways in which we can make the employee experience even stronger, in addition to the students' experience even stronger when they're taking a look at financing their education on campus. We had a strong finance committee meeting, as always, had conversations in relation to where we are financially, continue to be strong, and taking a look at how do we make sure that we steward the resources you all entrust us with appropriately as we move forward into the next budget cycle, and more of that to come as we move ahead. In the area of human resources, as noted previously, a heavy emphasis on NeoEd, human resource software implementation. For you all, that is our performance management module to modernize evaluations and improve system integration ahead of an April launch. So we are sitting in the middle of March, so April's right around the corner. So with that performance management tool implementation, increases our ability to do evaluations, engage individuals and employees in that process of employee evaluation and talent management from the day that they start to the day that they end. So it's not just once a year that we're doing that, but it's actually a trajectory. We will work directly with them on helping them to be able to look at professional development. How do I expand my tools, my knowledge, the resources that I need? Again, being able to serve those individuals to help them serve the campus community. In the area of information services, we are engaging in key project areas and team dynamics, our ticketing system on campus, Time Clock Plus, and Parchment, automation on scheduling as well, utilizing tools and technology to make systems and processes easier for individuals on campus in an effort to engage and provide service. So also taking a look at how are we investing in ways in which we make individuals have access to what they need in a timely fashion. Again, these are all works in progress, but I'm impressed by my team's efforts all collectively as they look at that with a heavy emphasis on service, service, service. How do we provide that type of customer service to all constituents, including community members? In the area of facility services, they recently rolled out a survey taking a look at, and again, as we survey the campus community to get feedback to say where are areas where we need improvement, where are areas where we can emphasize resource allocation, and taking a look at. And when we do that with those surveys, it's one piece to say where we're looking for people to say, we really appreciate that the bathrooms have paper towels in them. We're also looking for recommendations on how we can improve our service and facility services, whether that be the ticketing system that we're implementing, how can we react more quickly, how can we give timely feedback, and how can we engage the community in that process. In addition to that, we're looking at our infrastructure, major work including restoring the nursing building and advancing our key HVAC lighting and roofing improvements. And while we're doing that and tackling some of those key pieces, as Dr. Baylog noted earlier, while we do work on that deferred maintenance, there's a lot of deferred maintenance that hasn't been addressed. Just recently, as of last night or the night before, I get a call at 5 in the morning and an HVAC unit pipe had burst in Becky Barger's office, which is directly next to mine. Water's running down and flooding that area. Those are areas we're going to continue to have to place emphasis on in looking at what is our deferred maintenance so that we can mitigate the cost associated with things like that, ruining desks, ruining furniture, and also taking into consideration the flooring and the emphasis on our space as well. We already had the flood in Flint. As we continue to look forward, we want to make sure we're mitigating our risk associated with deferred maintenance. And finally, in College Police, they strengthened its community focus and safety efforts through active outreach and engagement in February. Officers supported Special Olympics and completed required annual and specialized training. So once again, as we look at College Police and what we're doing on College Police on campus, it's how are we engaging the community in ways to make sure that individuals, students, faculty, staff, community members feel safe on campus and feel safe approaching College Police on campus as well. One of the other pieces that is being led by Chief Wiltz under our direction is taking a look at our emergency management and planning on campus. How are we preparing ourselves in a situation where an emergency may come about in the middle of the evening, and how are we handling that regardless? So that engages communication tools, it engages decision trees, it engages a process, and also building captains. How do we handle those situations and make sure that we have a plan in place before the plan shows up at our door? With that, that concludes my report for the evening. I certainly will entertain any questions if there are any. And my apologies if I went fast. I know someone has to be in Tulsa.
Any questions? Thank you. A lot on your plate. We can certainly see that.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have our Vice President of Marketing and Institutional Image Report, Ms. Chris Green. Welcome,
Hello.
Chris.
Thank you, Thank you, Chair. We're going to start with our ongoing series to highlight different academic programs that we market out to our community. So we'll start there.
I believe that good things come to those who invest in their passions. KCKCC's art department is a small but growing community.
I think my favorite part is the community that we've built around it and the teachers that care so much. I feel very welcome here. There's a community of wanting each other to succeed.
I've always enjoyed making and just being around art. I was always too scared to paint. When I was a kid, I was afraid to make a mess, and just the ability to make a mess and not be worried about it turns into really cool stuff.
Both the professors I've had so far have been great. I mean, I couldn't ask for more. Just gotten to meet a lot of new people who have helped me see different aspects of art, which I really enjoy. Art club's also pretty nice. I really like art club.
I don't think there's any limit to the amount of success that can be had by number of students that come out of here. I want them to know that I am their co-pilot in success if they decide to come here.
So we have great visual art programs, and in fact, right now we're working with our Perkins programs to create boosted Facebook posts across those different areas. And Perkins grant funding supports a lot of technical and healthcare related trades, IT. So we're working there, and those videos will be used for that purpose as well. This month I have two things I really want to highlight for you that I found impressive. You guys have the full report you can look at. The first was that we saw a marked increase in engagement for social media. We increased about 110,000 in views this last month, and that was primarily organic. We did not have a lot of boosted posts. As we look at how we're going to be promoting posts through advertising dollars in Perkins, that will only continue to grow, so that was very exciting to see that growth. Also, we completed our website redesign last September. This last month, we were 22% up, increased in engagement, and that has been a continuing trend since we launched the new site. So we're very proud of that, and thanks to all of my team who did great work across the college, who participated in the focus groups, and everyone who contributed to writing pages, reviewing content, and helping us get it all done. So that is paying off positive dividends as well. And finally, I want to give a shout out to our events team. Our events team works directly with the community every day. At KCKCC, one of the ways we reach out to the community is we provide waivers to our citizens to use our spaces and to nonprofits. And that continues to grow and increase. And you can see in the report there how much those waivers save our community, which last month we provided about $10,000 in waivers to our citizens. So again, I want to thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Move approval of her report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next on our agenda is unfinished business, the interlocal agreement of the Neighborhood Revitalization Act, NRA plan, proposed interlocal agreement for Bonner Springs Neighborhood Revitalization Plan number 7, presented by Ms. Megan Gilliland, Economic Development Manager for City of Bonner Springs.
I believe that she is joining us, yes, from
Oh, okay, all right. I hope I pronounced your name correct. I'm always conscious of wanting to get someone's name. Gilliland, did I pronounce it correct?
Yeah, that's
all right.
fine.
Welcome.
Tonight before you, what you have is a agreement that has already been approved by the trustees in, I believe, November of 2025. This is for our neighborhood revitalization program, which is a property tax rebate program that is primarily used by small businesses and individuals when they're doing improvements, major improvements to their homes and their businesses. We've had this program in place for 25 years. We sent everything off to the state of Kansas, to the Attorney General's office before our deadline in December, and they returned the paperwork saying that they wanted all 3 entities that had approved the NRP to be on one agreement instead of individual agreements with each entity. Please note that we have done it this way for 25 years, and so this is the first year that we had our paperwork sent back. So the unified government already signed it without taking it to their governing body because they felt like it was the same agreement. It's just a clerical error. Our unified school district has already approved it as well, and so KCKCC is the last one to review this, and there is a copy of the combined interlocal or memorandum of understanding available for you. It is a very nominal amount in property tax rebate that comes from KCKCC. If you want me to go through the presentation, I'm happy to. There is a number in there for kind of your cost over an annual basis or a 5-year basis, and it is very small compared to the unified government and the city of Bonner, which rebate back most of the dollars. And again, this is a property tax rebate. People have to pay their taxes. They have to complete that process, and then they are rebated back 75% of the incremental value for the improvements that they've made to their property.
Thank you. Oh, all right, okay.
Yeah, you can see this for an annual calculation for KCKCC. The total tax value after the NRP is complete is $12,000 but you are continuing each year because we don't rebate back 100%. Those entities still get property tax get property tax dollars, but the $12,000 is the amount that is rebated back to the property owners, specifically for KCKCC.
So we appreciate you being on and sharing with us. One of the reasons we wanted you to do this is because we essentially have a way different board than we had in November. We've got 3 newer members with varying levels of familiarity maybe about the NRP, and so we wanted them to have an opportunity to look at it and then ask questions if they had any. You've done a great job explaining it, but that's one reason why we asked for you to appear tonight.
So I do have a couple questions for you. What area does this cover? Is this just the city of Bonner Springs?
Yes, this is the City of Bonner Springs program. There's a map in the presentation if you would like to see it, but it covers the majority of Bonner Springs proper specifically. I think it's probably on the second or the third slide. It covers Lake of the Forest, and it covers parts of Kansas Avenue, but nothing northeast of Kansas Avenue, which is kind of the area where we're seeing growth. The purpose of the NRP program, and this is for any city that does this in Kansas or across the nation, is to encourage infill development. And so if you might have, there are some examples in here of some properties that were vacant properties that maybe had 2 or 3 lots that didn't fill in at some point in time. And so builders have come in and purchased the lots, and then they're building a single family home on top of it. So that would be a great use of the NRP program because that's one of the commercial buildings that used the NRP program over the last few years. That's on Oak Street. I think there was a couple residential. Yeah, there's your residential examples. Lee, the one on Lee and the one on Martin Luther King were empty lots, and those were purchased by builders, and then they built those single family homes. The one up in the upper right is at Lake Forest, where they were doing some really massive renovations to one of the homes there. And then at 332 Clark, I believe that was also infill. It was a lot that was left over, had never been developed, and it was purchased, and a single family home was built on it.
Thank you. Can you give me an example if I had an empty lot and I built a house on it? Would this rebate last, how many years does it last for that person who builds that house?
5 years. So the builder can choose if they're going to hold the property and make it a rental or something like that. You can make them rentals, but they have to be owned by the owner, or they have to be owned, and they can be a rental. But the NRP program stays with the property. So you can't build a property and sell it and then continue to get your NRP. So for example, we have a building in downtown that was part of the NRP. This was their first tax year receiving the rebate, and they're looking at selling it. And so the new owner will continue to get that rebate for the next 5 years. But it stays with the property. A lot of times builders will use the NRP as an incentive to get people to buy the homes, and they'll pass that property tax rebate on through the sale of the property. But they can't hold on to it and keep the they can't keep the tax rebate and not own it.
So will this, I'm guessing that this will apply to the new apartment complex down on Oak Street. Do you know how much, because the numbers that you presented were pretty, I mean, $12,000 doesn't seem like a whole lot. Does this apply to them?
No, the Oak Street apartments on 120 Oak are not using the NRP program. If a builder or property owner, well, more of a developer, you wouldn't be eligible to do an RHID for a single property. So the 120 Oak project is an RHID, a Rural Housing Incentive District. So you have to choose whether you're going to use the NRP or you're going to use the RHID because it's coming out of the same buckets of property tax money. And so they chose to use the RHID, which was the best option for them. It gives them a longer term payback for the infrastructure developed than to do the NRP. So they chose the RHID route. And that's our second RHID in Bonner Springs.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Well, thank you for being here tonight to explain this to us. And thank you, Trustee Ash, for recognizing that we needed to bring our newly elected trustees up to speed on these on these NRA agreements. If there's nothing else, thank you, Ms. Gilliland.
So I don't know that we need to approve it because we've already approved it. All they're asking for is just a signature on the signature page of putting them all, putting them all together. But we've already approved the plan, if you will. So I don't know if we need a motion for that or not because it's already been approved.
Yeah, I don't know if you need a motion or not. It doesn't hurt to do one, but you've already approved it previously. You just re-signed it correctly.
It was approved under a previous board. I would like this board to approve it.
It can't hurt,
Yes,
I mean, it can't hurt to do it.
That is
So I'll make a motion that we, that we sign the agreement.
Yep, I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the interlocal agreement for City of Bonner Springs Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, NRP 7, as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
We have the new board on record as approving it. The next thing on our agenda is new business for our policy. We had our first, of this year, our first board policy, and we welcomed Trustee Kump to the committee. And we had one policy that was already in process, and it was the hybrid work week. We had a lot of conversation about it, and so now that policy is before the board for your approval. We will entertain, do you have any questions or comments? Anyone that serves, any trustees that's on that committee, you have any comments or anything you'd like to share? Or
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would like to share. I want to appreciate Madam Chair and Trustee Andreu for helping walk through this as it's been in process before. And I thought that information was really helpful. And, I really in such full support of this policy as a way to not only assist in the staff's ability to work, but I really believe that it's a step in the right direction to continue to, listen to what our staff wants and then provide them the opportunities to be successful. So I just wanted to say thank you to those on the board before that helped me, learn a little bit about the policy, but also my support of that.
okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, may I have a motion, please, to approve the hybrid work policy number 566.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Next, we will have alcohol resolution, Spring Adjunct Appreciation Event presented by Dr. Baylog, Acting President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Kara Reed if she could approach the podium. And I'm asking her to approach the podium, one, to really to acknowledge the work that she does in supporting our adjunct faculty here at the college. Our adjunct faculty comprise a substantial portion of our instructors that support our students every single day, and we rely heavily on our adjuncts, and wanted really to acknowledge Kara, the work that she does, the work of her colleagues in supporting adjuncts. This alcohol resolution is in an effort to support one of their events, and it's to encourage more adjuncts to participate. But Kara, if you just maybe talk a little bit about the history of this event and some of the work that we do to engage our adjuncts here at KCKCC.
So we have a yearly event to appreciate our adjuncts, and generally what we've done is on a morning in April, a Saturday, we'll have an event over at TCC where we invite a lot of people from the college. I think we maybe have a board member. Or better, sorry. Now I'm louder. We've had a board member or two, I think, attend before, and we invite administration and deans and have just sort of a gathering for them where we provide them with breakfast and some goodie bags and some other things just to let them know that we appreciate all the hard work they do for the college. This year, we've been doing the event like that for probably about, I think, 4 or 5 years after COVID. And we decided that maybe this year it would be nice to have sort of a fancier event where we maybe ask them to come to a dinner and bring a +1 so they could invite a spouse or a friend or something to make it feel a little fancier. One of our adjunct council members suggested that maybe like some of the events at the art gallery that they do, that maybe we have alcohol at this event to go with the dinner. So that's really how we got going here, and here we are.
Yeah, and to be clear, what we've spoken about is wine, beer, limits put in
Right,
place.
right.
But it's really what you would find that's common in a gathering like this. I have the resolution. I'll present that now. A resolution regarding the consumption of alcohol liquor in accordance with Kansas Statute 41-719I, whereas Kansas statutes annotated 41-71D prohibits the consumption of alcoholic liquor on public property, except where expressly permitted by law, and whereas the Kansas City, Kansas Community College is authorized under Kansas law to exempt from the provisions of such statute specified property which is under the control of the KCKCC Board of Trustees and which is not used for classroom instruction. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of KCKCC, Section 1, KCKCC hereby exempts for Friday, April 24th, 2026 from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. the Dr. Thomas R. Burke Technical Education Center, room AA 101 from the requirement of KSA 41-719D. Section 2, this exemption is granted in connection with the holding of the Spring Adjunct Appreciation Event.
I have a motion.
So moved. Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the alcohol resolution for the Spring Adjunct Appreciation as presented. Question, comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
The motion carries with 5 and 1 opposed. Okay, thank you.
And Kara, thank you for your support of our adjuncts.
Right. And as we amended our agenda, we have 2 more executive sessions, and so I'll read this, and then we will entertain a motion to go into an executive session. With the first one, actually number 7, executive session for consultation with an attorney for the public body or agency which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship with possible action to follow in open session with a 30-minute duration. The people included in this executive session will be the trustees and our attorney, Goheen. And our second.
I'll move that we enter into that executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. we'll move to that room, and then after we're finished, we will announce what time we're going into our final executive session.
Joe motion and Brenda second.
I don't, do they need to hear?
Yeah, they need
They need to hear, yes. I call for a motion to come back into open session.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second to return to open session. All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Now I want to extend this particular executive session for 5 more minutes. May I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor to go back and extend this executive session for 5 minutes with just the trustees and the attorney?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we will return back to executive session for an executive session to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel with possible action to follow an open session with a 5-minute duration. I have a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Second.
Oh, yes, and in this session, we will have Lorraine Nixon Page with us.
Comp?
Trustee Kump?
Here, I am here, yes.
Okay, all right. Call for a motion to call us back into open session.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Now we need to take action on our two last executive sessions. And Trustee Cahar, can I have a motion on, first read the outcome, and then we'll take a roll call vote.
I make a motion to terminate Dr. Mosier's contract without cause upon 60 days' notice.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Cheryl, we are ready to take a roll call vote on the termination of Dr. Mosier's contract without cause.
Trustee Ash?
Aye.
Trustee Cahar?
Yes.
Chair Hoskin-Sutton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Kump?
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez?
Aye.
Trustee Scruggs-Andrew?
Aye.
The motion carries. Our next executive session is to, who's going to read that? Trustee
Oh,
Kump? Okay.
Yes. I motion to give Dr. Baylog a stipend of $2,750 a month as he maintains his role of acting president.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? I don't think we needed to do a roll call vote on that one, do we? No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Again, thank you everyone for being here for this lengthy meeting. If there are no other comments or concerns, I call this meeting adjourned at 9:09 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.